Hey Connor, how's it going? Hey Rachel, morning. Chester. All right. Cool. Great. Good to go. Yeah, it's good to see you again, Rachel. We all get busy. It's okay. And I'm still working on my daily consistency. As folks likes to point out, the name of the show. What's up, Resident? Name of the stream is a little bit of it's become a bit of an inside joke, but that's okay. Oh, Resident Sebastian, long time. Yeah, no kidding. Good to see you again. All right. Figure that out in a little bit. Okay. I need to rip that brick down. Chester, it's your first live stream. Really curious. I'll be happy to explain it to you. So, each day, give or take, the idea is we are going to come up with an idea usually consists of 2 D8 tables that we can roll on, and then I'll roll on them and we'll see what kind of ideas we get. So there's a whole process here. Makes it nice and easy, just kind of stepping through it. Since we've just got these 5 or 6 lines to fill. This is a 5-year diary, so we'll be doing this for a while, and I've got plenty of days to make up for. So there's many episodes to come. So 6/8 on the right hand side of the page. So we will use the prompt list that I wrote on the back inside cover. Looks like a 37. 37 is Guardian's Eyes. Guardian's Eyes. So, Guardian's Eyes. So Guardian always makes me think of Zelda now, because that's probably one of my favorite, like, enemy monster experiences and designs ever. Those kind of like guardian things that shoot lasers and are horrible until you figure them out, but they're a lot of fun. So Guardian's Eyes could be something kind of like that, something sort of watching, something keeping sort of a perimeter, making sure something doesn't come to pass. Could be about the nature of, maybe it's the nature of the Guardian. What's up, Parade? Maybe it's about what, I mean, if it's a guardian something, then it's about what they're guarding. Yeah. Okay. First sentence then, careful, that place is protected by blank. Now, we could go with actual kind of different guardian descriptions. I always like to combine like 2 ideas for any of these, just to give us a lot more to work with later when we roll. But it could also be magic. They could be traps. I mean, really anything that could protect ancient statues. How about, yeah, something like, careful, that place is protected by statues of the gods, maybe. Cthulhu imagery. I mean, because like statues of monsters. I mean, what would you make like statues protecting a place? They'd probably be. Fabled creatures of fables, fabled creatures. Spirits, the angry kind, the statues of ancient heroes. Ghosts, spirits of fallen heroes. See, I'll just take your ideas and put them together. Careful, that place is protected by statues. Statues of fabled creatures, spirits of fallen heroes. Makes sense to have something like construct or clockwork that is, something programmed, like sleepless something or others, a giant beehive, some sort of creatures, something, if you want something protected, build it in the middle of something that's going to be naturally protected. That's kind of inside of a nest. Prismatic being of another dimension. Sentinels. All great ideas. I like the nest idea. I'm trying to find, if not bees, like a nest of something. Could be a nest of vipers. It's not. Definitely a nest of something. Treacherous cliffs, mysterious shroud. Protected by. Okay. I'm gonna start writing some of these down before I forget them. Nest of vampires. That works. Treacherous cliffs, mysterious shroud. I'm going to write something down that I don't know what it means. Environment-based, protective. Yeah, something like autocorrect, something that's gonna protect us from. We could take the cliffs idea and suggest that there's something motivating them. Right? They could be shifting. They could be shimmering. They could be endless. They could be endless. That almost makes it feel like something from Inception. you know, like the dream, like the shores at the end, the depths of all the dreams. Memory eating arcana. Feels like it's like spell antimatter or something, anti-spell. I always like the idea of living magic, right? The idea that the magic itself can become sentient or self-aware in a sense. Sentient or like, yeah, just some sort of like living. How about aggressive living magic? Hey, Kid Spartan, new to your content from Instagram, loving it so far. Curious if you've uploaded your prompts anywhere. I'd love to start doing this daily as well. I have not, no, but that could be a fun idea. Yeah. Thanks for the zine link, Connor. There are a whole lot of fun ideas in my zine, a lot of D100s, and well, there's some really cool stuff. After I'm done with all of this, I'm working on the cover for one of the next books that I'm releasing, and I'm pretty excited about it. Wind elementals. Massive prismatic arachnid shaped astral projections. Oh, what did I forget to write down? The endless cliffs. All seeing light. Living maze. Harpies, giant birds. Yeah, we it's true. Most of these are pretty fantastical ideas. Yeah, something like maybe some like wild and unpredictable folks, like some, you know. It's true. Well, sometimes they're the easier things to come up with. Now I'm thinking of something that like Mad Max, like bandits, by maybe it's like they're vicious scavengers by ruthless scavengers. How about that? Okay. Halfway there. Look at that. Halfway done. Okay. Careful. That place is protected by... Careful, that place is protected by something dangerous. So make sure you travel with blank. Oh, that would have been a good one too, Parade. Sentinels protecting the sacred remains of a fallen god. Okay, but we can use that. So make sure you travel with. So we could use remains. Ooh. Yeah. Fresh remains sounds weird, but I think I know what it suggests. Fresh remains. I think that tracks. I feel like that's a... I don't know if you guys... I don't know if this tracks for you guys as well, but I think being a dungeon master, being in D&D, like, I can't even imagine what my search history looks like all mapped out. Just... Okay, fresh remains tracks. That's a... Yeah, that's like a phrase. It's like a thing. Okay. I feel like there's definitely a future with a non-zero chance of occurring where I have to explain or justify, like in court. Like, so then, okay, so 10:05 a.m. on this Monday morning, you Google search for fresh remains. Is that true? You Google, what was the reason for that? Okay, well, I do this stream. Fresh remains. Jars of captured fairies, some sort of specific relic or amulet, the lost king's blade. Ooh. Just gotta put 5e after every... It's like how I search for everything now with like a minus AI. I need to have like a... There needs to be some sort of an abbreviation for like, I know what this looks like, but it's not that. But there's a legit reason, I promise. So make sure you travel with... Yeah, I don't think I can beat jars of captured fairies. That's pretty good. The lost... Some sort of specific relic or amulet. I would agree with that. The lost king's blade. Yeah, it would have to be like a royal how weapon, or how about the royal scepter? It's usually about now, by the way, is when I start to realize what we've actually been building, which is part of what makes this whole process so addictive. Because this isn't about the Guardians or about what you bring with you. That's not what we're going to end up creating with this list. That's my prediction, at least. Oh, Book of Riddles. How about secrets to share? I'm actually gonna, because I just looked down and saw hidden map of thieves. I'm gonna say a map of the place, maybe. A map of. How about like maybe like a map? Make sure you travel with like notes on how to return. So with like a map of where you've been. I don't know how to phrase it. There's something there. Trusty Thieves tool. Important NPC. Lightning in a bottle. Quest hook. A spare something to spare. We could make something very specific in like lightning in a bottle. I'm thinking of like potions. You know, like a potion of water breathing. Potions of doppelganger situation with a spare something. Careful, that place is protected by dangerous things. So make sure you travel with fresh remains. Make sure you travel with jars of captured fairies. Make sure you travel with the royal scepter. Make sure you travel with secrets to share. Amulet. How about enough ale? It's a good one. How about enough ale to last? You could travel with, you know, they always say like travel with like the sun at your back, travel with an eye to the stars, travel with. What if it was like something like, what's the equivalent of like breadcrumbs to mark your path? Maybe that's it. Maybe with breadcrumbs to mark your path. That would be kind of a whimsical way to put it, right? Frank the Goblin, he knows the way. Trusted companions, offerings. Oh no. Yeah. That idea of trusted companions right alongside offerings makes me think that you should travel with someone you can hand over, with someone you can lose. Oof. Someone you're willing to lose. Poor Frank the Goblin. fresh remains. Last. Yeah, something basic, right? It's like silvered weapons, maybe like and maybe it's like an antidote, something to gotta travel with the cure, something to inoculate. It's like your own form of protection. Ward, like a potion of warding, maybe. You don't really get wards from potions, but daylight in a jar, potions of daylight. Yeah, let's do potions of daylight. Again, I don't really know what it means, but okay, so my prediction is that these two lists we made George, am I a lefty? I am a lefty. I think these two lists that we made, as we roll on them, we are going to be actually coming up with the locations themselves. This is a special place generator. But we'll see. I could be wrong. Grab a couple D8s here. My off-screen pile of dice that is growing. All right. A 2 and a 3. Let's see what we got. Careful, that place is protected by spirits of fallen heroes. So make sure you travel with the Royal Scepter. Okay. I like this. So spirits of fallen heroes, this would be some sort of sacred, maybe it's like a royal like burial tomb. There would be some place that you could pass through, assuming that you have, in this case, like you'd have to have something that designates you, that you're accepted, and it's like, well, the only problem is you can't go there. You'll just be attacked. You'll be overrun by these spirits. But, we know somebody who can like forge the scepter. Like it'd be great if there was some sort of, you only have a certain amount of time. The spirits might be able to like see past or like see through it. Or even if you do have the legit scepter, but something happens, or perhaps someone like there's a sabotage or they lose track of it. And then it's like a scramble. Like this feels like one of those situations where you get your party to basically go to the center of the madness safely. You can get to the center of this dungeon without any problems at all. And now we, at some point, pull the ripcord and it's a mad dash to escape. I love those. A 1 and a 6. Careful. That place is protected by statues of fabled creatures. So make sure you travel with breadcrumbs to mark your path. Very, statues in this case, this makes me think of a hedge maze. This makes me think of a labyrinth where it's maybe designed, or the expectation is that you'll sort of get lost. I'm imagining the type of maze that almost actively works against you. So it's like, yeah, you need to literally place markers as you go because, like I'm imagining, I've never tried this before, but like, imagine a living maze that can sort of materialize like a false wall. Like you look back and you're like, if we didn't know that the breadcrumbs were leading right up to that wall, we wouldn't know looking at it that we could just pass right through that that's an illusory spot, right? And that could just be because the statues of fabled creatures are when someone put a curse on the maze to make it alive, it also made all of the fabled creatures alive. So there's Medusas, and there's probably some sort of crazy dragons. There's all these creatures that themselves are able to manipulate it as well. It's just become this horrible cursed place. You have to have a really good reason to want to go in there. But 8 and a 2. Careful, that place is protected by ruthless scavengers. So, make sure you travel with jars of captured fairies. There's a few different directions we could go with this. Whether or not it's like I could imagine a type of scavenger that they're so what do you call it? Not like anti-magic, but perhaps they're like almost scared of magic. So it's almost like it's like you'd be sort of draping yourselves in things that they find wild magic that they find particularly abhorrent. What's up, myth solver? Those poor fairies. Well, it could be. It depends how you run them. Or, yeah, captured fairies in this case. If we really wanted to make it poor fairies, it could be because these are like particularly destructive. You're almost making a little wild magic bomb. Certainly with like an area of effect, right? It's like it's almost like you have jars of bees, like just like radioactive bees that you can use to protect yourself. Or ruthless scavengers. This type of thing would be the most reasonable way I could see integrating this into my game would be you have scavengers traders that are, you'd have to be able to pass through sort of unscathed. You need to show up with something particularly valuable, and they really value basically the lives of fairies, right? They do all sorts of whatever they do, whatever scavengers would do with that sort of magic. And so it's like, yeah, we can pass through there, but first we've got to do this otherwise impossibly seeming thing and capture fairies. Hey, Just Ake, maybe the scavengers require a toll of fairies. Yeah, exactly. Maybe the scavengers have to pay someone else. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's probably, even though capturing fairies wouldn't, it's like maybe it's just easier to fight the scavengers off, but let's see, double 8s. I can use 1 8. And I can use a 4. Careful, that place is protected by a nest of vampires. So make sure you travel with potions of daylight. Okay, that one fit together pretty perfectly well. However, rather than it just being like a straight weapon, I think that if it's protected by a nest, it's like, okay, somebody hid this important thing that we need to find within this nest of vampires, this society, probably cave system, right? Is somewhere where these feral vampires live. And the potions of daylight, I think, would be you literally drink them and you're giving off daylight. It's like a repellent, but you only have so many of them. So you've got to do you wait and use them? Do you just continuously, do you try to use them as you go? And then at some point it's going to be a mad dash. I think it's a similar sort of, to figure out a good mechanic for that, but I think it could work pretty well. Can't use an 8, but I can use a 5. Careful, that place is protected by stalking sentinels. So make sure you travel with enough ale to last. this sounds a lot like advice that's being given by the dwarves. This feels like a place that is like, sure, there are these ancient ruins. There's something that, the MacGuffin that you're looking for is in these sort of the forgotten dwarven city, but it was abandoned because there are these creatures. I'm imagining like long-legged, like spider, kind of like the Guardians, maybe from the Breath of the Wild, and they stalk the place. So the dwarves suggest bring enough ale to last, because the only way they know is to basically wait out the what do you call it? They wait out the patterns or the routes that these creatures take. And so anytime they hear them or see them coming, they basically make camp and they wait. So that would be having a threat that is so great that you have to plan like a multi-week like travel through like the Underdark type of thing. That could be kind of fun. Six, and actually, let me switch it. Nope, can't use 6 over there. Can't use either number there. Can't use 5 or 6. Can't use a 2. I can use a 4. Careful, that place is protected by the endless cliffs. So make sure you travel with secrets to share. So the endless cliffs protect a place, and you need to bring secrets to share. Definitely fits with like a dreamlike or even like nightmarish situation. It's almost like you're, it's like kind of parting the veil to another realm, or maybe to some sort of like the vault of the gods. Like the cliffs are endless, and maybe the vulnerability, like sharing secrets. This could also be like a Fae type of thing also, but it's almost like you have to sort of humble yourself to get through sort of each of these sort of levels. Otherwise the cliffs could be endless, right? They're designed to turn people away. So it really becomes the dungeon becomes sort of like a metaphor for self-reflection. Yeah. What do I have left? I have 5, 7, and 1. 5, 7, and 1, 7. Okay. Nothing to explode. How disappointing. It's true. 5, 7, and 1, 7. All I need is a 5 or a 1. There's a 1. All right. 5. Actually, no. Now I need a 5 or a 7. Usually the dice are a lot more. There we go. 5 and a 1, like that. Careful, this place is protected by the all-seeing light. So make sure you travel with fresh remains. Careful, that place is protected by the all-seeing light. So be sure to travel with fresh remains. I mean, the easiest answer is that you sort of have to it's almost like disguising yourself from, it's like in The Walking Dead, right? It's back in the days when it was the earlier seasons, where it's like you have to make yourself invisible. So is that what the fresh remains do? Is they will effectively sort of hide the hide the life, I guess. Like I'm imagining something that's literally sort of anywhere in the light, sort of you're passing through. And maybe the way to think about it is less about that, and maybe it's like a currency. So if the place where you're going, this place is protected by the all-seeing light, maybe it's almost like it's a passageway between, right? You have sort of a light and a dark. It's like twilight. It's like I would call it like the twilight path. And by bringing fresh remains, that grants you some access to sort of the shadows, or maybe it's to the twilight itself, and that like it's, or call it like the river Styx. Like you can only venture this way with the dead, and it's only going to buy you so much time before you're going to be sort of spotted. Which one did you use the secrets with? The secrets to share paired with the endless cliffs. So we played with this idea of like the endless cliffs, or it's sort of like a journey within. Like you have to humble yourself to get through like each level, each sort of phase of the dungeon. The last pairing, careful, that place is protected by aggressive living magic. So make sure you travel with someone you're willing to lose. I love this idea. Because the aggressive living magic, I mean, this would be a rough one to sort out. There's a lot of lore you'd have to build up around this, I suppose, but the magic can sort of be trapped within someone. It can't be an object. It's got to be something, with agency. And the magic will sort of take over. Like you can sort of trap the magic within a person. And so if there's somebody that you're willing to lose, meaning that there's no guarantee they come out the other side, you can basically remove sort of the danger of this area by putting it into a person. But now it's within that person. You probably want to keep them with you and hopefully cure them. Hey, what's up, Cloud? It's going. We just made some stuff up. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah. Good stuff. Good ideas, everybody. Exactly, right? Now need to draw it up. I'm going to draw it up, and then I'm going to work on, I've got the cover art. I'm piecing together the cover art for book 4. So we're in the art phase of the zines right now. It's everything, taking everything, I mean, all morning to not just keep working on the cover, because I got it to a place last night where I'm like, this is really cool. But I'm going to draw first. I'm going to make myself do this first. And then I'll play with the cover art. So you get to make a local area for your new campaign, and you love that stuff. Like a starting town type of thing. Okay, so we've got statues, spirits, sentinels, nest of vampires. I think it's stalking sentinels. That'd be fun to draw. Nest of vampires, the all-seeing light, the endless cliffs, aggressive living magic, ruthless scavengers, jars of captured fairies. Is there any way to do this live? It'd be sick to be able to come to an expo or something and do this all together in person. Totally, yeah. I mean, the creation sort of process, I think capturing that live is always fun. Just have to find a place that would be interested in that sort of thing. But I mean, basically this is just, creating stuff together. Get a Ryan panel. We'd have to explain to people who the heck I am first. Sandbox starting town to a little hunk of wilderness around it full of troubles. That's always, yeah, that's always fun. Just recently, yeah, just recently. Should I practice fairies again? How did I do it? Broken jars and fairies with big teeth. A page about populating a quest board would be fun to see. True. Yeah. Well, I also think so. It's been up here for a while, but I think there's at some point, like there's a bunch of ways that I think could be fun to expand this idea, both from a. I think there are two pieces to it that I see. One is sort of the creation process, which I think I'm still figuring it out, right? The actual sort of brainstorming, like how it's because it's like Mad Libs, right? It's like, let's get a list of nouns. But it's usually a little bit more targeted than that. So I'm still figuring that out and how those form together into something. But then there's the actual, like the rolling process as well. It's like, what are you rolling and coming up with something and justifying those. Like the two halves of this process are both fun in different ways. Running a game where your players each create their own bingo sheets and try to fill it out as the adventure goes on. If someone gets bingo, they unlock an item. Yeah. Hey, Lily. Over in TikTok, you came across the stream a few times. Wanted to ask your DM and looking for exercises to improve storytelling and improv. Any suggestions for improving storytelling and improv? It's a good question. It's a fun question. So I think that storytelling is about drawing a connection between 2 points. It's a line, or sometimes it's curved, it's fragmented, it's dotted, but it's a line between 2 points in time. and the story is how we get there. So to some extent, the idea of rolling on this kind of stuff, putting together these ideas in sort of seemingly nonsensical ways, is a really helpful way to practice. When we're looking at these ideas and it's like, okay, that place is protected by spirits of fallen heroes, so make sure that you travel with enough ale to last. Like those two ideas, right? So you're protecting yourselves from spirits of heroes, bring enough ale. It's like, well, I guess these heroes, like they're, old drinking buddies, or they're suckers, or we can sort of distract them somehow. Like that tells you about why those heroes fell. And as you sort of figure out the connective tissue between those two things, it's like, well, that's sort of practice, right? That's part of what this process, makes kind of addicting. I think that a way that I've always enjoyed practicing this too, and this is to taste, not everybody likes to think this way, but sometimes when a story or a movie or a TV show kind of doesn't, sometimes it's very frustrating, like the decisions that people make, and you can, it's the worst is when you can sort of see things, that are conveniently placed, right? The storytelling is a lot of this happens, then this happens, then this happens, and then resolution. It's like, oh man, it'd be so much more interesting if, like, you could take a story that exists and say, what if we were to make like the villain, what if their plan was better, right? What if the antagonist of this story was as smart as I am? What if they made a better plan? And then, okay, well, how could the hero, overcome that, or how could they discover that, or what would be the challenge that they would face? Like sometimes thinking about how to like fix broken stories can be helpful, or even how to sort of, add on to an existing story. Sometimes, every now and then I get an opportunity to sort of expand on existing IP, right? So it's not I like making new things, but I had a friend a few years back who was interested in D&D, but they didn't care about the D&D lore. They're like, I really like the Harry Potter universe. I said, great, I'll run a one shot for Harry Potter. Well, I hadn't read the book, so I read the books. And one thing that I think trips people up a lot is that they think that in order to dabble in an existing sort of creative space, they have to like be squarely in the middle. Like you have to meet Harry Potter. It's like that's actually super lame. That's actually not interesting and fun. And especially in D&D, you don't want to be paired up with these super powerful, amazing characters. It's gonna devalue the experience. What you want to do is find something tangential, find something that's untainted by, like, it's fresh snow in a sense. And so when I ran that one shot for Harry Potter, it took place the first semester after all the books. So it's like, brand new school, brand new year, brand new rules, some characters that are recognizable, but for the most part, fresh students in a brand new year. And that was fun, right? So it's almost finding a space that's sort of disconnected but related, and saying, I'm going to tell a story here, right? In Harry Potter, it's like, well, what was life really like for this town that was like so close to Hogwarts? Like, let's think about a story from like a shopkeeper's perspective down in that town, looking up at this insane, magic school. And in a sense, D&D constantly gives us these situations where we have to connect two things that don't make sense. Sometimes people will sort of present these sort of problems that they have. The problem of, what do I do in my game? Instead of doing these things that were sensible, my party went off the wall and did this other thing. It's like, well, that's a writing challenge. That's a storytelling challenge. You say, okay, well, not to somehow bring them around and turn this, they went over here and did ABC when you wanted them to over here do like blue and red, right? It's not like how do you turn numbers into colors. It's well, what does that do to a story? How does it become interesting now? And to some extent, the planning process benefits from this too. Sometimes rather than trying to coerce a party to do one thing or another, just embrace that they might break your game. Just embrace that something bad might happen. It's like, well, I really want this enemy to be a threat, but what if it's a total party kill? It's like, okay, well, let's just assume that happens. What in the story could be interesting if that were to happen? Because if we find that idea, then you don't have to be afraid of that anymore. So it's like, well, I want them to face this tyrannical lord that's been, trouble for this town. When they actually face them, I want it to be a challenge, but I'm worried that it'll ruin my campaign. It's like, well, if they win, what could happen? It's like, could they be banished instead of killed? Maybe. Could they be avenged by friends, family, children? Could that whole story become the prequel, flash forward, where that lord has taken over and they're the new king, right? Did you just turn a campaign with one sized idea into the prequel story to this bigger, greater thing? You have the tendency to over prepare. This might help make the process a bit less anxiety inducing. Yeah, preparation it's a double-edged sword, right? One of the things, and I think I kind of just lucked into this with I guess kind of some lazy choices. When I was first getting started as a DM, it happened to me a couple of times in a campaign that I was running where I plotted some stuff out, planned a few sessions, right? Not a ton of sessions, but I had an outline for like 8 sessions, and somewhere around session 3 or 4, it skewed away from that. And I was like, okay, like I realized that obviously I needed to go where the game was going, but I also realized that all the time that I spent preparing was wasted. And it's not necessarily wasted, like I could still use those ideas somewhere, but objectively, that time that I spent when I spent it could have been spent in a better way, preparing for the game that was actually happening. So I sort of made the decision then and there that I was never going to plan more than a session or maybe 2 sessions out, so that could never happen again. If I force myself to prepare within this specific window, then I know that 100% of the time that I put in is gonna matter, is gonna be useful. And that's a little bit scary in a couple of ways, right? On the one hand, it's because, well, how can I do this if I don't have everything planned out? How are things going to be fulfilling? It's like that's one challenge. The other is, can I? Is it possible to prep a session per week? And for me, I was just like, well, if I don't figure out how to do, like, it's going to be hard initially to prep each week for the next week, or each 2 weeks for the next, however often you play. But if you can get that down, I mean, if you can figure out how to make that work and how to prep at that pace, then you never have to worry about wasting your time again. Usually work in story nodes so players can feel free to go where they wish. That's smart. Yeah. Chester, you have to prepare for your party to break your game. Yeah. I like to think of it as preparing to fail, right? Let's think of sort of the happy path, and then think of a couple of weird things that could happen, just so we have some ideas of what that could be, and then now we're ready to actually run the game. But all of that to say that doesn't mean that I don't have ideas for what could happen, beyond the next session. I have lots of ideas, but some of those ideas even aren't always written down. Sometimes I do, if there are names and sort of ideas that are big enough that I want to write them down. But sometimes it's better for me if the long-term thoughts that I have stay in my mind and don't get written down. Yeah, no problem, Lily. That's a great question. Hope some of that could be useful, because I think that's the thing a lot of the times. The sorting that out is what a lot of dungeon masters, new or old, kind of struggle with. It's a tricky balance. You know, we're basically, it's collected. We're telling a story as a group, but we're still expected to sort of kick things off. So there's a lot of responsibility, but also you don't want to be too overbearing with it, and also you need to stay inspired and you need to find a way to connect those out. It's a tricky thing. Having things in your head, not paper. Yeah, that's why I saved that bit to the end, because writing things down is useful as long as you don't get stuck on something being written down as being sort of written in stone. If it helps, keep your sort of the real campaign notes separate from sort of your ambitions or your hopes or your dreams. That way you can make adjustments without feeling like you've broken things. Get anxious, you won't be able to improv. That's fair. Yeah. Totally. Write it down, keep it flexible. Absolutely. Yeah, good stuff. No problem. Thanks for asking. Right, you usually try to be meticulous and write things down only when there are a lot of moving parts in any given scene. If I feel like I have the freedom to pivot in a complex situation when I know what's going on. Sure. These are, well, a few different ones. These are Artistro. It's a water-based ink pen. I think that's what most of them are. I got them because for a while there, the early phases, I think, of this even, maybe not of this. I was doing this with another notebook that was bigger, which made it also trickier. But I was doing the acrylic paint and then using Sharpies, which worked to a certain extent. But the problem with Sharpies, because of how they work, is that it doesn't work super well over acrylic paints consistently. Like, they wear out really, really fast. So I was like, okay, let me look up like what's a better tool to use for this. I was like, oh, ink, or like, I think ink, and I think some of them it's similar to like an acrylic paint kind of. It's like, oh, that makes sense. That's put paint on top of paint and that will work. What's up, JR? About to start your second campaign with your group. Got a lot of prep like this still to do. That's exciting, though. I love starting a new campaign. It's always really exciting. Do you know kind of the premise that you're going for? Set in Runeterra, Arcane's world 50 years after the first campaign, would be heavily Pyra themed. That's cool, and that's fun that you can connect the two stories in that way, to be so close in time to the first campaign. I imagine that's probably a span of time that allows some of the characters from the first campaign to still be around. Few of them will be connected to the gods of the world as champions. They will be around. Nice. What's up, Maze Master? Over TikTok, how's it going? A lot of the crafts and props you've done came from my Insta videos, so I always appreciate more inspiration. Sweet. Hey, I appreciate that. That's awesome. I was just about to fully build out a brand new idea the other morning because it came from like a video script that I wrote. Sort of discovered a new one. I was like, no. I have to finish my zine project, and then I'll start digging into that. But I love, puzzles and props. That's sort of that's my favorite space to work in. Physical props are one of the. I mean, if I had to pick, I don't know, terrain and miniatures and stuff can be really useful, but there are certain props, certain stuff, things that you can hand to players that, I mean, they could be the whole session, they could be the whole game, you know. So I kind of go back and forth on which is more important. Go back and forth on that kind of thing. I just don't. I don't have to choose. I just do both. Physical artifacts, as they collected them, they got them physically, but I'm also printing a modular pirate ship that's going to have as a physical reference for any battles at sea. Cool. I still have... So I don't print terrain as much as I make it with foam and stuff like that. I have sort of a basic ship that I made once that I still use in videos and games and stuff like that. But I still have the pieces. I started kind of making the levels at one point, shaping like the ship that I want to make. And I don't know when I'll get to it, but there's a big, amazing, multi-layered ship that it's in my mind's eye. I just have to make it. I cut down layers of foam that kind of stack up almost like a cake with the idea, and I did this for my cottage kind of, but the idea is to sort of stack them up and then sort of shape that into sort of a big massive ship, and then use those levels to sort of build it up from there. That's my plan. Made a full foam dungeon with magnet blocks that we modular, make different rooms. They progress, which got an idea from you. Foam for terrain. Foam, yeah, foam it's super useful. Potions. Daylight. How do I approach the work-life hobby balance? Is it goal to do this full-time someday, or do you believe that it would be better to not make your hobby your job? Well, I think for most people, keeping a healthy separation, like a good way to make something that's your hobby into something that doesn't feel like fun and flexible like a hobby is to make it your job. So there's endless stories of people who fully embrace it, whatever it is for them, and it kills it somehow. So I think you should always be wary of that. Yeah, keeping that balance is tricky. Okay. Let's work on the cover of the zine. I mean, something that I think something that I do think about, which is it's tricky, is it's tough to navigate. Like I like the aspects of what I do that allows people to feel like this stuff is accessible. Like, hey, if this, you know, I've seen what this idiot is trying to do or accomplish, I can do that, or I can do better, or whatever. That seems accessible. Like that stuff I really like. At the same time, you know, the hobby doesn't require all this stuff. So as much as it's a careful balance to walk, I find, and something I do think a lot about. Like, okay, is as much as the process and the stuff and all of it needs to be humbled to some extent, because I get a lot of visibility to my content because I use the terrain and the miniatures and stuff to tell stories. But I don't want people to think that you have to sink in hundreds of hours into making stuff like this in order to play this game, because you don't. But it's tough. It's tough in that way. It's always on my mind. What's up, Data? All right, where was I? Likely suspects. Right. Creating has become an addiction. You were just saying that's you. Gotcha. I mean, it's really fun. It's a fun piece of all of this. Yes. Yep. Likely Suspects is book 4. Which we'll see. I might end up liking the cover more than book 3. It might become the one I stick in the front. Have not decided yet. JR, you didn't know about these? I'm making books. Heck yeah. So I made... Oh, dropping it. So I made these zines, these little books, basically collections of there's 2 books in each pack. They're digitally and but also I print them and staple them and stuff on my site. And taking inspiration from the Daily Encounter stuff, I basically pulled different collections together. This one's monster focused and strange encounters, and then the 2 books that I'm working on now are magic item encounters and sort of nefarious character encounters. They remind you of the all-weather waterproof notebooks. They're definitely inspired by, like, I've always been... It's sort of a fun combination of things, right? Because the last thing, I figured the first product that I put out was going to be some sort of puzzle prop or something that people could, like, download and print, you know, or 3D print maybe. And I stumbled into this idea and started putting them together. And the fun part is zines have a long history in the hobby. in the D&D hobby. People have been making and printing stuff for as long as D&D's been a thing. So it's kind of fun to have something that's like one color print stapled, like that I can put together myself with a printer in my basement. I like that a lot. And it's also surprising because I'm actually like doing the artwork, which I didn't think that is something would be the first thing that I would start releasing. But it's been pretty fun to do. I'm kind of going for a what do you call it? Like ransom letters for the title of this one. So I've got a bunch of different the cover, it's sort of ransom-y type letters, and as a big step for me, some character faces. So you'll see those at some point here when I get to that step. I've tried to draw a bunch of nefarious character faces, which is not a comfortable thing for me to draw. Hey, Matchstick, keep up the good work. I appreciate it. Thank you. Do I have any that are pirate themed? Not yet. Although this one, so Likely Suspects is all about kind of gray, iffy criminal characters. So that's the closest I would say to that. It's all written. I just have to make all the art and stuff for it. So this would be the closest thing to that. Pirates, maybe at some point. Maze, yes, I am. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm glad that works for you. I suppose I should make it more interesting and actually talk. Oh, hey, Andy. Yeah, I need to get back to you. Thanks for the reminder. JR, any tips on how to introduce major story beats early in a campaign without having the party want to go directly to endgame content, if that makes any sense? Yeah, it does make sense. I think that, I mean, to some extent, it feels like the way to think about them are clues. You know, like if you know that some faction is involved, then having a hint at that faction early on, you know, even if it doesn't, you know, it's not completely all there, that could be something. If there's a important item, sword of yada yada blah blah, MacGuffin of something or other, it's known and valuable, but its location is like nobody knows. You know, stuff like that I think can be a way to do it. Hey, Mark. Love my content. So many great ideas for your games. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Glad you think so. Yeah, it's probably the best. It's just one location. There's more late game content. You don't want your players sailing there right away. That's fair. I think that's a common, you know, common difficulty. Like there might be a whole lot of things that you're willing to entertain in the game, but like, okay, you know, this content sort of has to be locked to end stage. Although it can be fun to so the first thing that I have that comes to mind like that is so I introduced a core concept of one of my campaigns is that the guild leader was a secret lich, and I was dropping clues to this. But then as you start to drop clues to this, I was giving them the idea was I wanted to give them a puzzle that when they solved it would just tell them basically outright that their guild leader was a lich. And I had sort of devised that, but I realized that by doing that and giving them that, obviously, like, that'd be a big risk, right? What if they solved? You never really know. It's like, what if they sat down and solved it in a day and a half, and they're level 3? It's like, okay, well, this could be. Are they smart enough? Would they be smart enough to solve the puzzle and identify the main culprit of the campaign and be wise enough not to immediately go confront them? I don't know. And so, but I knew that the idea of giving them sort of the unlockable to sort of uncover that at some point, that was important. So I put the puzzle together, gave it to them, and I wrote myself a little note. Basically wrote myself, like, if the party approaches the lich, you know, and basically challenges them to basically calls them out as being a secret kind of lich in hiding, then here's what's going to happen. And I wrote this down so that I would hold myself to it to some extent, but also just to sort of imagine, like, okay, they're level 4, they're level 5, whatever, and they go like, haha, you're a lich, we found you. If that happens, I wrote down that the lich would vaporize whoever actually made whoever said it, called them out, challenged them, whatever. That person would be basically turned to dust, and then he would, take off, not caring to destroy everything and everyone there, but more just like annoyed that he has to go and build up a new facade somewhere. Because in a sense, like, that idea, that feeling of like, hey, from the party's perspective, do you remember that time that we bold-faced went up to and called out a lich and you got destroyed immediately? Like, remember that? Who would ever forget that sort of event happening? And I think in a similar way, so I say all of that to challenge, because if my players did that, the game would fundamentally change, right? Now there's a lich somewhere out there doing something, and we know who they are. How can we? And we need to get revenge, right, for what they did. Or what they did do, which was uncover it secretly a few levels later and then plot and plan and scheme to, like, sort something out. It might be the case that there's a way, if there's a part of the game that you don't want players going into, there might be a way to sort of embrace that and let something epic happen if they do, right? So one of the best features of Breath of the Wild, when they sort of reinvented Zelda with that game, is that after the initial tutorial phase, which, you know, is a few hours of game, you could basically run straight to the castle and fight Ganon, you know, with your level nothing Link character. And that was really great, because then you could sort of, and I think to some extent we really like that aspect of D&D. We just have to sort of sometimes it's possible, sometimes it's not, but if there's a way to sort of if there's fun to be had by allowing these things to happen, then maybe it's worth considering. Obviously, a video game is not the same as D&D, because you can just try again and again and again and again. You can't do that in D&D. You know, character's dead, it's dead. I find all of your players have really built out the characters. Would hate to kill them off early, so finding the balance of danger while still being open world is what you're going for. Sure, that's fair. I definitely get that. Yeah, it's like maybe sailing there would like obviously I don't know your whole thing, and that's probably unnecessary for this conversation, but let's assume that there was an island I'm envisioning where like that's end game content. Well, you know, if they happened to sail there before they were like ready, before they like, it could be that there's a ward on an area that is going to prevent noble truth seeking blah 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 people like it's gonna tear the ship to shreds and send them off to, you know, land them on the shores of somewhere terrible where they have to fend for themselves, right? No ship, no nothing, start over, basically. That way, you know that like, well, if they, you know, they may feel that they're nice and strong, but like level 3, level 4, they decide to go do that at any time, and they get torn to bits, and it's basically start again. The idea that your players could trigger that to them in their minds would be like, wow, what a brilliant, like, look how he set us up for that, and you know, the DM, what a neat arc. Whereas in reality, it was something that they could trigger at any time on their own, and they could do it at level 12, they could do it at level 2. Like, you don't, you know, it's sort of their own doing, right? Hey, there's a pirate. Sort of. Shadow Isle, basically a giant dark shadowed set of islands that is growing and infecting the worlds, filled with shadow creatures and dead men of the sea as ghouls and such. So sailing in there is a large endeavor. They would not survive early, but they could still try and maybe learn for the future and set an end goal. Mm-hmm. Definitely. what's up, IC? How's it going? That looks like a lot. Although I'm not sure I know how to interpret that picture. What does it mean? Three motor HEPA filter vacuum a ladder fell on it. You gotta fix a small part inside. Well, that's no fun at all. Were these the faces that you saw earlier on my welcome screen? I don't think so. I just drew these yesterday. Getting out of the old comfort zone. Hey Grant, how's it going? Grant session 0 for your first ever campaign tonight. That's awesome. That's exciting. Are you excited for it? Something I like to do in session 0 is offer. I don't always do it, but at the end of the session, I just offer like, hey, look, we can just do a sort of a sample combat. Just so everybody like rolls some dice and tries their characters out. We can just be like, yeah, it's just just like a nothing. It doesn't have to matter or count or anything, but just something to try out, try things out a little bit. Throw some monsters at your party that you don't no intention of using. Well, that's fun. Thanks for doing that. Hope it was helpful. You originally had a way more structure, but started to keep more relaxed, have a general idea. Nice. That's awesome. General idea of the world, and also really took to heart video of not having a big bad. Oh, cool. Gonna go with more of a Sinister Six, multiple potential big bad. Yeah. I think it takes a lot of the takes a lot of the pressure out of creating the big bad. It's like, let the party. It's like a good rule of thumb anyway, when it's like, if we're stressing about some element of this stuff, it's like, let's just put that on the party and make them figure it out. Gelto, welcome back. Quick question. Still learning lore and abilities and magic stuff? Sure, shoot. What you got? Concept: you have your campaign as a tribe that sealed themselves off from the rest of the world using magic to hide themselves, a tribe of Fae. Thematically, is there an ability or something that does, or will it just say they did it, if that makes sense? Yeah. I wouldn't waste your time trying to figure out like a by the book way to do that. Both because you know, the spells that exist, the magic that exists in the books is designed for players to use them largely in like a single, like within minutes, right? It's very rare. There's not that many spells nowadays that are going to take hours to perform ritualized, or that are going to take a year to cast. And if you want something that's like dramatically reshaping the world, you know, in general, there should be magic that the party doesn't have knowledge of. There's magic that's beyond what they could ever learn. There's mysterious, weird stuff out there that they just haven't discovered yet, or things that aren't written down in books. Like, personally, I like that vibe, that there's this kind of undiscovered, there's always something more to learn. So it's a lot easier to just make it up. Just create. If you want there to be a way to undo, a way to reveal it, probably that's going to be tied to, right, you need to find the MacGuffins, you need to perform the ritual, you're going to need to find this person, you're going to need to, you know, show up once a year at this specific place, like, and that's fine. I don't think that you should never feel like you have to find justification in the lore, in the books, or anything like that. Just make your own. Just justify it. Give it, you know, if you want to feel good about there being, and this is actually even fun, if it's like, hey, this was protected using, if it's protecting an entire, you know, tribe that sealed themselves off, I would say that that's probably a series of, that's probably a small book of 10 or 20 different spells that are all used in ritualized ways, and as a result there are artifacts and there's things and there's all this stuff hinting at you know, this invisible culture, right? And people are trying to piece it together and figure it out. Like that's a lot more interesting than if it's like, oh, there's like, here's this one spell that, you know, because it doesn't really exist, because if it did, then it would make players too powerful. So, you know, we can just dig in and make our own, I would say. That would be my suggestion. Cryptid story about that was construct. Yep. Yeah, that's That's, if I remember correctly, it was construct. Yeah, it was based on like exactly. That's what I remember anyway. He was talking about it a few days ago, I think, sometime last week. Yes, yeah, I did end up continuing to play the game. I didn't crack it, you know, but I did finish it. What's up, Tabster? How's it going? Finishing up your next thing to post. That's cool. What's it about? Great. Once I get the current zine project finished, I'll be going back to a few streams where I came. What I'd really, I really want to be able to strike a balance, and that's what I need to find. So, yeah, I want to strike a balance between all the different types. I like all the different types of things that I do on stream. And I want to be able to do all of them. Top right looks like you. That's what I was going for, Tabster. No, this is me squarely working about as far outside of my comfort zone as I can get. Really only started doodling stuff on the first zine and some of my streams and videos and stuff like that. So then this one, it's like, oh yeah, issue or book 4, I definitely need to draw faces. Faces are where I should go next. Hey, Ashley, thanks. That's what I need to do to myself, is draw faces. Thanks, Braid. I appreciate that. So I'm leaving a gap down here because it is tradition that I stick a little carrot. What kind of encounters are these? But I think they're like morally gray. Maybe it's like criminal. They're nefarious characters. In the past, I've done monster, magic item. What do I call it? Mysterious, I think. Mysterious. So this would be character, but it's not just characters. It's specifically, you know, bad characters. So I'll think about that while I refresh my coffee. We can look at that. We're back. raid. Thanks for the $20, my friend. I appreciate that. Malicious, morally skewed, masochistic, malevolent, massive baddies, malefactors, miscreants, misanthropes, maladorious, malaterous, malingerers. Hey, cheers to you. Appreciate that. That's amazing. I promise I'll use it to buy more foam and get back to crafting and playing video games. Just ASAP. I think. Let's see here. Because it's not villainous per se. It's not villainous. Maybe they're just immoral. Always save the Sharpies when they become blunt, because then you're going to want that thicker line. What are they? They're like iffy characters, questionable characters, nefarious. They could be infamous. Infamy characters. Infamous. Are they just straight evil? Vile. Vile is good. I don't know, though. I feel comfortable. I mean, based on the drawings alone, they seem pretty vile. Dark. Repugnant. Mm-hmm. Wicked. Corrupt or rotten. Obscene, unsavory. Offensive, cursed, sordid characters, depraved characters. Debauched. Debased, fallen. Wretched, that's not bad. Wretched. Dishonored. Dishonorable characters, maybe. Unclean. Lowly. Vulgar, reprobate, banned, defiled, not conforming. I feel like I'm coming down between nefarious and infamous. Not respectable, as in notorious. Ooh, you know what? Shady. Shady. That's what it is. These are shady characters. I was even close to it. I was getting there with like, oh, like the morally gray. They're iffy. They're shady. Could be sketchy. Shady, sketchy. Ever had a player make a character based off of themselves? I would say probably every time I've ever had a player. I think that, I mean, to some extent, right? It's going to be, you know, some part of us is in every character we create. But I actually think that it's really difficult for a while not to make characters that are basically just you with a costume on in some way. That's what I would say about that. Yeah, especially it's why I'm again, just based on my experience, I'm never that interested in like getting into conversations. Like I don't think I've ever even stepped into the topic of like alignment on in any of my content, because it doesn't actually mean anything. Like at least the vast majority of the time people may say like, oh, this is my alignment, but it's like that's just not how people make decisions. Like it's unless they I guess they can, but most of the time it doesn't seem like it just doesn't seem like people are computing things that way. You know, it's hard to even get outside of your own sort of moral framework and make decisions as though you're somebody else. It's really hard to do. One of your friends declared he was doing this before character creations, and he got dragged for being weak, not smart, and ugly. Oh no. Oh no. That doesn't sound good. Yeah, I mean, it's just different ways to play, right? Everybody's got their own way. What's up, Mario? Discord and Instagram. How's it going? Hello. Not sure. Should be able to hear me. All signs go on this side. I think everybody else can hear me. Yeah, the Instagram is. It's usually pretty quiet over there. People come and go. But I'm over on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch. I'm all over the place. Yeah, you've been playing a DM for years, and I heard you making up a lot of stuff. Help break away from the book. Nice. I mean, we're all game designers, right? It's just a matter of to what extent, you know. Mario, I am designing the cover of the next release my zine, my books that I make. This one's called Likely Suspects. Shady encounters. Shady character encounters specifically. Mario, you had an idea of RPG, you don't know how to make it good. Deeper in the systems. After all, not much of a systems guy, more of an RP1. Tips about, I mean, not really. Unfortunately, in terms of like deep RPG mechanics, I'm probably not your guy. It's not to say that I don't, care about like rules, systems, things like that, but it's not usually where I start. Like these zines that I make are system agnostic. They're just ideas that you can use at the table, right? It doesn't really matter what system. I generally don't think very much about systems. Yeah, sorry. Not much to impart in terms of wisdom like that, unfortunately. But on the bright side, and this could just be my perception of it, but it seems to be the case, there are tons of people that are excited to dig into stuff like that. I feel like the most common type most common type, honestly, of like TTRPG content out there is people talking about rules and systems and like just like kind of nerding out about, you know, there's so many different flavors of the game that you can play out there. So maybe that could help. And some of the content's good. I just it's not necessarily the content that I'm, you know, always looking for. Making the same live. So I stream everywhere at the same time. So I'm same username that I am on Instagram. I'm also on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. Oh, sorry about that. It could also take me a second to notice, but Hey, Brizzy. He had some notes that could help you memorize. Oh, it's you. Get out of here. Get out of here. Zip, zap. Zip, zap. Bow. There you go. Gonzo. No, there's music playing. It's just quiet.
Hey, Tenma. It makes slightly more sense to look at the front cover. Only slightly though. Interesting faces for sure. That's what I was going for. I mean, to be fair, it's not something I've ever really tried before, so just sort of, giving it a shot. Terrifying nightmare fuel faces. Thanks. Just it's an idea. Well, I think I need a few more. But it's headed the right direction. Okay. Well, I've got some other stuff that I want to get done today, so I'm going to go do some of that. Excited to have this cover front and back nearly there. Feeling pretty good on the front, I think. Just need to work a little bit more on the back. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I'll be back probably pretty soon. Right now, I'm going to go eat. Hungry. See ya.